Meeting is being held electronically, and members of council are participating remotely pursuant to the council's electronic participation policy. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Here.
Councilmember Walker.
Present.
Councilmember Whitkovich.
Here.
Councilmember Brown.
Here.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Here.
Councilmember Duran Mollica.
Here.
Councilmember Goff.
Here.
Councilmember Lukman Hiromasa.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a mouthful. I'm going to read the whole thing before the motion. You ready? It says, I will entertain a motion to adjourn to executive session. 1, pursuant to section 4.5D of the City of Northglenn Home Rule Charter for legal consultation and advice regarding boards and commissions. 2, pursuant to section 4.5G of the City of Northglenn Home Rule Charter for negotiations regarding water acquisition. And 3, pursuant to section 4.5G of the City of Northglenn Home Rule Charter for negotiations regarding the P3 project.
Motion to approve the executive session.
Second.
Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford.
Yes.
Councilmember Walker.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo.
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica.
Yes.
Councilmember Goff.
Yes.
Councilmember Lukman Hiromasa.
Yes.
I will close that vote, and the motion to adjourn to executive session passes unanimously.
Okay, we will adjourn to the executive session. I left my gavel at City Hall. So the waiting room will be enabled so that folks can connect to the meeting. Okay, I will now call to order the regular City Council meeting of January 24th, 2022. Due to the increase in COVID-19 cases, this meeting is being held electronically, and members of the council are participating remotely pursuant to the council's electronic participation policy. Public access to the meeting is available on the Local Government Access Channel 8 for Comcast and Xfinity subscribers and on the city's YouTube channel online. Public access is also available by telephone by utilizing the call-in numbers posted on the meeting agenda. All callers will be muted and may only comment during the times allotted for public comment as indicated on the agenda. If you're on the phone waiting to speak to council and are also watching the meeting on YouTube or Channel 8, please know there are a couple of seconds of delay with the live stream. Please turn down your computer or TV volume as we approach the sections on the agenda reserved for public invited to be heard, so you can hear the council meeting on the phone and to prevent background noise when you are unmuted to speak. Those calling in and wishing to speak to council may text 303-450-8757 to sign up to provide public comment. Please note that you must connect to the City Council meeting by calling the separate call-in number listed on the agenda. If you prefer to not text your name to the clerk, please speak up and indicate your desire to provide public comment when prompted at the appropriate times. Once you have been recognized, state your name and address and provide your comments to the council. Thank you for following these directions and for maintaining meeting decorum tonight. Joanna, will you call the roll, please?
Mayor Leidy,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford,
Here.
Councilmember Walker,
Here.
Councilmember Whitkovich,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jaramillo,
Here.
Councilmember Duran Malika,
Here.
Councilmember Goff,
Here.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. If you could stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. All right, City Manager Geyer, are there any responses to citizen inquiry?
Nothing this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Any additions or deletions to the agenda? No. Okay. All right, we're starting with a Youth Commission interview. Griffin Wood is joining us. Thank you for your patience tonight.
Hello.
So you're interested in joining us on the Youth Commission. So I'm going to give you a few minutes just to introduce yourself. Tell us about you and why you're interested in being on our commission.
Okay. Well, hello, I am Griffin Wood. I am interested in joining the Youth Commission because I am just very interested in helping out the youth of Northglenn.
Okay, where do you go to school?
I go to school at STEM Lab.
Nice. What city do you live in?
I live in Northglenn.
Nice. Not all of our youth commissioners do. One of the requirements is that you attend an Adams 12 school. So that's why I asked if you lived in our city. City Council, do any of you have any other questions for Griffin? Questions you'd like to get to know him better? Councilmember Malika?
Much for applying and wanting to serve on the Youth Commission. One question I have for you is what would you like to see or contribute to the city of Northland?
I would very much like to contribute and help out with issues facing the LGBTQ plus community.
Great, that's fantastic. Excited that you're here and that you're willing to serve.
Thank you.
Anybody else on council? Councilmember Brown?
I actually don't have any questions. I'd just like to thank you for applying to join the Youth Commission. I know that it's a very exciting time for them, and hopefully you'll enjoy doing it. I know you will.
Yes, of course.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasta.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, same here. I just wanted to say, thank you for stepping up and for volunteering at such a young age. You are the future of our community. So kudos to you. And I saw you also played a Taiko Band. Is that right?
Yes, I do.
That's pretty cool. Very, very cool. My daughter lived in Japan for a while, so that caught my eye. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, wow.
Great job. I look forward to working with you, Griffin.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Griffin. We all have your application and we're very excited to have you join our Youth Commission. It is a really wonderful group of youth in our community, and I can't wait to see what you do for us.
All right.
And thanks again for your patience.
Of course, no issue.
Okay, have a good night.
You too.
Okay. I apologize. I just need to orient myself a minute. Okay, we're moving into proclamations. School Choice Week is coming up. And I was wondering if our principal, Kazar, is joining us. Is she on the phone? I would not be offended at all if she dropped off. This was a much later start than we had expected. She was invited to join us. Charlotte Kazar is the principal at the Studio School. A few council members are familiar with the Studio School. It is a magnet school in Adams 12. And the reason it came to mind for School Choice Week is that it is located in a neighborhood, but it is 100% a choice school. So that is a unique situation. I am trying to pull up the proclamation. Sorry, I'm late. Okay. Here we go. Ooh. All my buttons. Okay. Here we go. Whereas all children in Northglenn should have access to the highest quality education possible. And whereas Northglenn recognizes the important role that an effective education plays in preparing all students in Northglenn to be successful adults. And whereas quality education is critically important to the economic vitality of Northglenn. And whereas Northglenn is home to a multitude of excellent education options from which parents can choose for their children. And whereas educational variety not only helps to diversify our economy, but also enhances the vibrancy of our community. And whereas our community has many high quality teaching professionals who are committed to educating our children. And whereas School Choice Week is celebrated across the country by millions of students, parents, educators, schools, and organizations to raise awareness of the need for effective educational options. Now, therefore, I, Meredith Leidy, Mayor of the City of Northglenn, do hereby proclaim January 23rd through the 29th, 2022 as National School Choice Week in the City of Northglenn and call this observance to the attention of all of our residents. Dated at Northglenn, Colorado, this 24th day of January 2022. So I wanted to follow up really quickly. I was thinking about our new youth commissioner, and he also attends one of our unique schools in Adams 12. He said he went to STEM Lab. Adams 12 has so many different options. The neighborhood schools are fantastic, but there are IB schools, schools with different educational focus areas. And so it is important for parents to do their research. And right now we are in that window in Adams 12 of applying in the first round of choice for the fall. And I think sometimes parents may think that's too early, but it is not. It is It is happening right now, so don't miss out. Okay. And I think in closing all of my tabs, I lost all my things. Hold on, coming back. Great. Public invited to be heard, 5 minutes per speaker. Joanna, do you have anybody who has signed up or has left voicemails for you?
I do have one voicemail from Mark Bromley. If you'd like, I can play that right now.
Hello, my City of Northland. Thank you, City Council. It's me, Mark Bromley, walking to the Viper's Den again. I still see we have vandalism problem at the Law Enforcement Memorial, E.B. Rains Park, still by City Council. You should clean that up. The proclamation is over and done with, and the event is over. For it constitutes a political yard signs of 57 in my last count in a public right of way, and we, the citizens of Northland, do not like being lied to by City Council or City Management about that type of paint. More graffiti has evolved in the City of Northland as a result. Also, if certain council members could stop, look, and wait for pedestrians on Community Center Drive to safely cross the streets where people had lost their lives, that would be nice of City Council members to respect the reason for those lit pedestrian crosswalks. For what will you do if you hit a pedestrian in one of those crosswalks? Just drive off like what has already happened last month? Some of you work for schools and you know how important a lit crosswalk is for students to cross the street. Be mindful of those crossing the street on your hurried and distracted drive to City Hall. CR 17, I oppose the appointment of Ward 3 Councilmember Goff to the DICE board. Whereas for racist comments reflected by her husband, which reflect upon her, whereas for the activist extremist signs in her yard condoning discrimination and exclusivity and antisocial inequality in the City of Northland that has only promoted violence and hate in the community. I, as a long-term Northland good guy who has a background with federal enforcement and as a U.S. Honorable Service veteran, do not feel comfortable with this appointment or having this person represent my city ward. I referenced the 57 vandalism graffiti yard signs by council partisan activity that negatively impact the city as political yard signs on a law enforcement memorial that supported the partisan 2020 riots in Denver. Whereas there is a condition of hate and discrimination from Ward 3 council members that demonstrate a lack of understanding and disrespecting the residents of their community because of party affiliation and extremist behavior. Whereas Ward 3 residents do not feel comfortable or accepted to attend Ward 3 meetings. As reported to me by other residents that constitute dishonesty by Mrs. Goff. Councilwoman Goff is a bad choice for such a board due to harmful and dangerous activities, negatively and directly harmful activities towards her own Ward 3 long-term residents over party affiliation. In addition, her previous education employment has constantly been part of a continuing problems and failures with public schools in Colorado. Therefore, Councilwoman Goff is an improper fit for the DICE board and should be condemned. I also oppose Mrs. Goff's appointment to CR 30, for she shouldn't decide what books belong on the shelves for her past failures with Colorado Public Schools. Also oppose her appointment for CR 12 for obvious reasons. CR 11 and CR 21. I oppose Councilmember Maluka's appointment to the NADA board or any transportation board for being unqualified and her exclusion of her city residents from participating in NADA board meetings and using it for partisan party agenda and denying involvement from upstanding members of her own city ward, who, those members that she's denied and excluded from these meetings, have a background working with CDOT and working with the U.S. Department of Transportation. They've worked extensively in the transportation industry. And this exclusivity and discrimination by Maluka should not be tolerated or condoned by council. I also disapprove of CR 10 appointment for that person has a past history that is not acceptable and has proven from the comments of a superintendent of schools to have had disciplinary issues, which is viewable on a number of sites pertaining to an elementary school in Lakewood. I also do not support the CC4CA, for it is purely a partisan agenda and harmful to Colorado business success. Northland should not participate with purely partisan agendas that are not congruent with the city of Northland and the employment of the people of Northland. Thank you very much, City Council. You have a nice night.
Thank you, Joanna. Do you have any other public comment?
I did not receive any others. Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone on the line who would like to unmute? If you hit *6, I'll wait just a moment and double check. Okay, hearing none, we're going to move into communications. We'll start with Ward 1. Councilmember Witkovich, would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a few quick updates for me. On January 11th, I attended the Historic Preservation Commission, and there's some exciting things happening there. We recently completed a study of Deza Estates over there in Ward 4, I believe, and lots of exciting stuff came out of that. And we also partnered with a graduate student or graduate school class out at CSU, and they actually, as their class project, did a whole bunch of additional research. So we have a lot of great information that we're going through to help us figure out next steps with Deza Estates, including whether or not we designate a conservation district or a historic preservation commission, and we will be looking at changing the ordinance as it relates to districts as well. So that'll all be coming. And then one exciting piece as well, I guess there's a mural inside of Northland High School. And so we're looking into how we can preserve that, because I guess it's pretty old. And I haven't had the chance to see it yet, but I hear it's pretty cool looking. So lots of exciting stuff happening there. On January 13th, I attended the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board meeting. We made some edits to the facilities. Let's see, I want to make sure I say it right. The facilities rules and standards, now that we have the new recreation center, they're minor edits, but those will be coming to City Council to approve. And then finally, on January 18th, I attended the North Metro Fire Rescue Board meeting. They had an excellent update and kind of recap about their efforts as it relates to the Marshall Fire. Really interesting information. They've got a great PowerPoint. I'm sure anybody could access that if they were interested in it. And also I announced to them that I will be leaving, and Becky will be taking my place as liaison. They were sad to hear that I'm leaving, but I assured them they'd be in good hands with Becky. And I do plan to attend that meeting with Becky next month so that I can introduce her. And that's all I've got this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No updates for me tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Brown.
I attended the NERA meeting this month, which was really exciting. Unfortunately, I can't really talk about it here. But lots of exciting things happening on the front for Northglenn. We saw the announcement of the new business opening up in the marketplace, which is great. Unfortunately, at 9:30 at night, I can only remember Painted. So I was looking for it on my Facebook page. But lots of exciting things happening up at the marketplace, and we look forward to filling you all in when we can. And that is all I have.
Nice, thank you. Councilmember Jaramillo.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I am glad to be on the Northland Arts and Humanities Foundation once again as the liaison for City Council. And I'm proud to announce that we do have a very beautiful sculpture that will be part of the permanent collection, and that's Dominion. And hopefully it'll be coming to a public space soon. So keep your eye out for that big, beautiful buffalo. So we're excited for that with NAHF, and that's all I got. And also, I encourage people to go to the new rec center. I've went there a few times, and we have a beautiful place there. I hope more people show up because it's so wonderful. And Yeah, it looks like our lifeguards are a little lonely at the natatorium, so pay them a visit. Thank you.
Councilmember Goff.
Oops. Okay, thank you. I'm reporting out for the legislative committee, so I think I will do that at the end of this. I kind of got a bunch of notes here in order, so I don't want to forget that. The DICE board met on January 18th, and we had a citizen call in, and the part of the meeting where public is invited to be heard. And she was asking us if we would look into a Day of the Dead event. That's a community art project that she had seen in some other communities. And so she was encouraging us to consider that. And then let's see, we had our officer elections. And so we have a new chair, vice chair, and secretary, all three new. So we're giving everyone a chance to, try out different roles in our committee or on our board. And I think, we work well together. Let's put it that way. Diana Wilson from our communications department came and spoke to us about how we might expand communications to our residents in Spanish or other languages. And let's see. And then we just kind of looked into our schedule or our planning for events for the coming year and kind of narrowed down on a couple of different things. So we have some exciting things coming forward to encourage everyone to pay attention to that. That'll be announced as it gets closer to the time that we are actually going to do it. And then the next thing I attended was the Anythink Library Board meeting on January 19th. And a couple of things of note that they, in their budget for this coming year and their programming, they're planning for a digital equity project. And they didn't really go into a lot of details on that, but I know they're working on equity, just like, many other places, including Northglenn City Council. They are, let's see, we got a COVID update from them that there are more COVID cases had been reported among staff and I guess residents who've come in, but according to Tri-County Health, nothing that was an outbreak. They are handing out masks and they've ordered more because they handed out everything that they had. They're planning this year to buy Braille books and bilingual books for kids. They have a sister library in South Korea, which I thought was really interesting. And so one of the ideas they've exchanged with that sister library is to purchase and have for checkout what they called Enchroma glasses, which are glasses that a person who is colorblind could put on in order to see color. So that's something new with Anythink Library that I thought was pretty interesting. And then I did have also attend the meeting for the CC4CA Policy Committee. And they talked quite a bit, at the beginning of the meeting about the wildfire in Boulder County and, what possible effects that might have on our air quality, and that the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration is loaning, or maybe not loaning, but they have a vehicle that they can drive around to test air quality, that they've been doing that in that area. Let's see, and they also included some equity language in their goals for the coming year. So that was something that was discussed then. And then our legislative committee. So I'll report out on that. We basically heard from our legislative experts, I guess I would say, Jennifer Cassell and Ed Bowditch, and they reported out on 10 bills that we discussed and took a stand on. One was from last year, it's being brought forward again, and it removes local control on energy use. So it'd be kind of a statewide mandate. And we took a stance to oppose that one on the grounds that it supersedes local control. The next one we talked about was an alternative transportation tax credit. That's for businesses who provide alternative modes of transportation for their employees, and we supported that one. We took a support stand. The next one was the bicycle stop bill, which we discussed for quite a bit because there's a lot of pros and cons for that one. That's to make a statewide consistent law that allows for bicyclists to come to do one of those rolling stops instead of coming to a complete stop at an intersection. And we decided we would monitor that and wait to hear more information, maybe research on the safety issues, or just get more information. House Bill 1051 was an increase in the state affordability for housing tax credit that would be given to developers. And we decided to support that one because that goes along with one of our goals for the city. House Bill 1064 is the flavor ban on nicotine products. And this is geared towards preventing youth from becoming addicted to nicotine. And we did take a support stand on that. House Bill 1083 is the Homeless Coalition Tax Credit. And this particular bill this year would expand it to statewide organizations and individuals, so that anyone who donates to a homeless coalition that's recognized by the state could earn a tax credit, and we took a support stand on that one. Senate Bill, Senate Bill 01, Senate Bill 1 is a Safer Streets program that the state will be setting aside $10 million in grant money for communities that can deal with higher crime in their area by increasing lighting or other kinds of safety infrastructure features, it sounded like. And we took a support stance on that one. Senate Bill 5 is a law enforcement peace officer program, and that the state is going to have $5 million, to hand out statewide to help local police departments retrain and recruit police officers. And we did support that one. Senate Bill 18 expands the current program that the state already has right now on court reminders by sending 3 text messages to remind people when their court dates are. And we took a monitor stance on that one, because we're not sure how that's supposed to be funded, and if it seemed like our local court, Northglenn court system, would be required to do that, and there might be some costs involved in that. And then the last one we talked about was House Bill 1041, which is a request for code enforcement and some other workers, public service workers, I guess you could call them, such as childcare workers, maybe nurses and doctors, that would have their personal information confidential and not made public. And we were monitoring that one because it seems like it's changing a lot in terms of who they're going to include, and if it's code enforcers, would that also be the animal control officers or not? So we're just going to wait till we get more information on that one. And I think, well, we did talk about possibly a legislative dinner next year, inviting someone from CML and some county commissioners. And the next meeting will be February 14th, which will be the new members of the legislative group. And I think that's it for me.
Wow, thank you, Catherine. That was a lot. Councilmember Mullica.
Catherine, for doing that update from the Legislative Committee one last time, right? Okay, so a couple things I wanted to bring up. So last Tuesday on the 18th, the NADA subgroup for the I-25 project, so we're focusing on essentially 84th to 104th, fixing some of those safety concerns that are going in there. We met for the first time. It's really to bring a coalition of local governments together to talk about what solutions could be, and really kind of just put some pressure on CDOT to do something about this project, because they've been kind of dragging their feet with this one. So we're really starting to organize and putting more pressure on CDOT to make that happen. The two other things I wanted to bring up are really more of a discussion topic that, you know, I don't know what other council members are going to feel like or not, but having a study session on some of the increased crime that we've been seeing in the community. I had a couple phone calls, one more recently that was a very passionate resident who wants to know what the city is doing about some of the crime they're seeing in their particular section of the city. I know personally, I was impacted this past weekend with some crime that was going on right next to my house late at night, which was a little scary. So, you know, I think that it's on everybody's mind, and I'd really love to, you know, get a feel from other members of council. You know, do we want a special study session? How do we kind of want to move forward with community conversation on crime? And my other set of comments are actually on the rec center. This is probably more of a discussion, but I'm bringing this up that I need to have with Heather, but just really kind of focusing on expanding the pool hours. I feel like our pool is a great asset and community resource, and on the weekends it's super tough when the pool only opens at 12, especially with those of us with littles who typically go down for naps. So I like to be at the pool early. I like to you know, be able to have that pool time with my kids. So, you know, what is the plan for the city to expand some of those pool hours? I think I'd like to hear more about. And then my final thing I wanted to chat about, or just kind of throw out there, remember that the Frozen Junior play is this weekend. So there's several shows. Tickets are still available. I have a little girl who's in the play, and so I'm going to be at all of them. So if you want to join me, I'll be there.
That's awesome. Where am I in my math? Councilmember Lukeman Hiramasa.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of things. I attended the CCPP board meeting on January 11th, and we had Monica Williams from the Equity Project attend and facilitate the latter part of that meeting, and it went very well. I believe there were some good discussions, and she will be present at our next meeting, which is on February 8th. I attended the virtual memorial for Odell Berry. I could not make it physically, but it was very, very touching memorial. Just a reminder on how to live your life to the fullest and do good things. That was very touching. I attended the Northland Senior Organization meeting today at noon, and boy, those folks have a lot going on. One of the biggest things that stood out is the Northglenn Thornton Rotary Club is doing their annual food collection. I believe, let me find the dates. It starts on February 14th and it ends on April 2nd. So they are accepting things like tuna, peanut butter, beans, corned beef hash, meals in a can, such as hearty soups, Chef Boyardee, that sort of thing. And there will be a cart in either the senior center area or the lobby. I wasn't quite sure on that. So please keep that in mind. Donations go to support Immaculate Mary Food Bank, Good Shepherd, both which are here in Northglenn, and then the Thornton Food Bank and Food for Hope in Thornton. Also, we have a no need for speed traffic calming meeting coming up in Ward 4 on February 13th. I don't believe I have a location for that yet. Maybe Mayor Pro Tem knows, I'm not sure. And I did attend the legislative committee today just to see how, you know, what's happening right now and get an update, even though not yet an official voting member, but it was very great to hear all of the legislation coming through. And as Councilmember Goff already reported that out, I won't repeat that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Wolford.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have anything new outside of what other council members have already shared this evening. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few things. Let me pull up my notes. The first thing, probably the most important thing this week was I did attend in person former Mayor Odell Berry's funeral. And it was a very touching ceremony. It was long, and it was long because there were so many people that spoke, and it was emotional, but it was a celebration. The music was upbeat and fun. There was a moment where everyone stood up and gave a rousing standing ovation for him and the life that he lived. It was beautiful. It was really beautiful. So just honored to attend that. And then we did host the reception at our Northglenn Recreation Center, and so got to spend more time with his family and friends. And it was lovely. It was lovely. But definitely keep his family in your hearts because they miss him very much. I attended my first Adams 12 school board meeting, and that was virtual because it was the night of all of the ice and craziness. And it was lovely to meet everyone and say hello. And they went through, orders of business that were very familiar to me. They're deciding about a literacy resource. They're talking about all the new programs they have. It was just really nice to see this really dedicated new school board really focused on the issues for all of our students. So it was comforting. The Mile High Flood District board, I sit on that, and that was really interesting. They had a presentation that included some photos and images from the Marshall Fire, but it was, we see the news stuff, we see all the images on TV, but to have a presentation at that level really spoke to the impact on the water supply, which I had not considered until that presentation. So it was very interesting to dig a little deeper and understand, the broadening impact of that devastation. The Metro Mayor's Caucus, the executive committee met, and we are preparing for our annual retreat. We had a long conversation about how we could support our mayor colleagues, and an idea that we settled on, which I want to thank our city staff for being so amazing and jumping right in, is that especially the executive committee members, we were going to send gifts, notes of encouragement and such to the 3 particular mayors that were impacted by the fire. So our city staff put together just an amazing collection of items. Rupa, I know, worked really hard, and Susan and Heather, to bring together a little bit of Northglenn swag, but then some Northglenn treats from our local businesses. And so the city managers of those cities and the mayors of those cities will get just a little bit of, hey, we've got your back. We're thinking of you, from a neighboring city. So just so you know about that. And then the one thing I want to fully support extending the pool hours. When my kids were little, I used to love to take them right before bedtime because it wore them out. And so the pool needs to be open till at least 8. So I know we're struggling with staffing, but I just wanted to say that I agree with Councilmember Mullica that extending those hours would be great. I did want to ask Council if they would support a short study session on the topic of rats. I know it sounds thrilling, but I get a ton of emails and calls about rats, and the city does a nice job of responding, and yet residents still ask questions. I had one of our American Legion members tell me that he had captured 9 rats in traps within a week, and he said, I'm happy to be on rat patrol. I was like, oh, I don't want you to have to be on rat patrol. While it may not be something that we can control or fix, I do think it's important that we look at the issue and then have an open conversation so that we can have some talking points for residents. So I don't know how people feel about that. It's exciting. Maybe it'll be short. Heather?
Mayor, one of the things that would be helpful for me, and I was going to circle back to your 2 items, Councilmember Duran Mullica, if you could get a show of thumbs up, so that way just make sure I have consensus, because then I can move these things forward. So it'd be helpful as you share these if I can go ahead and get consensus or not from council.
That sounds great. So we'll go back to the pool. Look into that. Yes. And remind me of the other one.
Crime, increased crime in the city.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know I've heard that from more than one council member. That would be great.
And then rats.
Yeah. Woo-hoo.
Okay.
Time.
Thank you.
Excellent. So that was all I had. Joanna, do you have anything tonight?
Well, there we go. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I do not have any updates to share tonight. Thank you.
Okay. Corey, what about you?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Nothing from me this evening either.
Okay. City Manager Geyer.
One thing, Councilmember Brown, I reminded you, so you can tell me if you don't want to do this, but you had expressed interest in possibly having the city provide a financial donation to the Marshall Fire Relief Fund. And if that is something that council's interested in, then our finance director, Jason Loveland, has reminded me that you have a contingency fund that you could utilize. So I can bring forward a recommendation at a future council meeting for your consideration. The city of Westminster donated $10,000 recently to the Fire Relief Fund. So if it is something in addition to the other ways we've provided support that council would like to consider, please provide me with direction on that.
Thank you, Heather. I actually remembered it right after I was done talking. I was going to wait till the end. It is something that I think would be beneficial from us, especially since we have some funds to do it. I was thinking more aligned with, well, what I would like to see done with any funds is doing the gift cards that we spoke about at our last meeting that Mayor Pro Tem had talked about. But I do think that it's important for us to support our sister cities. And I know they'd be there for us if it were to happen here.
I support that. Does anyone have a number in mind? I mean, we're not.
I would recommend, I'd recommend a financial donation, not gift cards.
Okay.
Yeah, based on what we, the steps we took with ARPA funding, let's stick with a financial donation.
And what would be your recommendation?
Well, the City of Westminster did 10,000. I don't know what the rationale behind that was. I didn't have time to check on that. So really, I mean, anything from 1,000 to maybe you consider 10,000 the ceiling. I can do some research and see if other cities have provided donations along those lines and let council know. And then, bring it back for council approval.
I'd be very open to 5,000, but I think it would be great if you brought it back.
I'm good with 5.
Okay. Sounds good.
Well, you got some thumbs. Anybody else? 5? You might be done.
Like thumbs. Okay, thanks.
There you go. Yeah.
That's all I have tonight.
Along those same lines, I kind of want to circle back to what Councilmember Witkovich had mentioned. I met with one of the district board members and got a little bit information about what North Metro Fire contributed. And it was impactful. It was kind of an intense description. So I'm guessing, Ashley, if you were there to hear it in person, it was probably pretty intense. But one thing that struck me was that every single employee worked 22 hours straight. There wasn't a single person that was off work in the entire North Metro Fire District. And that's a big district. And the fact that they did not lose any trucks is amazing. But they did lose some other items, hoses and such, didn't make it. And it just sounded like a really heroic experience. So I don't know if there's anything we could do either for North Metro or to show our appreciation to 62 and 63 since they're in our city. But they're pretty remarkable human beings.
I can talk with Chief and Chief Ramos and see what we can do. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
I know it's difficult because they rotate stations, so, but I don't know. Okay, moving into the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford,
Yes.
Councilmember Walker,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo, Councilmember Duran Mullica,
Yes.
Councilmember Goff,
Yes.
Councilmember Lukeman Hiramasa.
Yes.
I will close that vote and the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, moving into public hearings, CB 1978. Joanna, will you read the title?
A bill for an ordinance amending the Northglenn Municipal Code to make the language throughout the municipal code gender neutral.
Move for approval. Oh wait, public.
I know it's a public hearing and I'm so sorry. I deleted my thing. So hold on. I'm so sorry. I clicked a button and lost my screen. This is not the night for that. I apologize. Oh, goodness. Oh, it's coming. I should know this by heart. I do not. Okay, no gavel. I will now open the public hearing on CB 1978. Is there anyone who would like to speak on CB 1978?
And Madam Mayor, I did receive a voicemail from somebody speaking in favor of CB 1978, so I'll go ahead and play that if that's okay.
Excellent.
Perfect.
Hi, I'm Nazi Cipriani, and I'm the Secretary for the Northland Youth Commission. The Northland Youth Commission is in support of CB 1978 Gender Neutral Code revisions. One of our goals for this year is to address the petty power imbalance that exists for BIPOC and LGBTQIA+ youth. We feel like this ordinance supports our goals and fully supports the use of gender neutral language. Recently, we have been working towards the use of gender neutral language during our own meetings and in our documents. We also share our preferred pronouns with one another and even guests. We are proud to be a part of a community that is taking steps towards ensuring that every member of the community is valued and treated in an equitable manner. Thank you.
Excellent. Is there anyone on the phone who would like to speak either for or against CB 1978? You can unmute by pressing *6. Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing. Need to get my gavel. Okay, ordinances on second reading, CB 1978. This is the gender neutral municipal code revisions. Is there a motion to approve on second reading?
Motion to approve.
Second.
City Attorney Hoffman, would you like to provide a summary?
Thank you and good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of council. In your packet, you have a very thorough memorandum from the city clerk. The only thing I would add is, as we got into this is frankly more gender silent than gender neutral, in that the terminology in the ordinance changes code provisions that refer to someone by gender, typically to words like the position they hold. So rather than he, maybe city manager, the mayor, the director, the witness, the defendant. So it talks to the individual in terms of how they are referenced in the ordinance as opposed to using a pronoun. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? I don't know who iPad number 2 is.
Sorry, it's don't know if you can hear me. It's Lauren Davis. My computer, after being on this call since 7, just crashed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Yes, since all my notes and documents are on my computer.
Oh.
So,
okay.
Apologies.
That's okay. Hang on tight. Okay. I think I don't see any hands or discussion from council. Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa?
Yes.
I will close that vote. NCB 1978 on second reading passes unanimously.
Okay, moving into resolutions. CR 38. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution appointing the Ward 1 resident member to the Community Co-Production Policing Advisory Board of the City of Northland, Colorado.
Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. And Katesh, our assistant to the city manager, is here to provide a summary.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. This vacancy was created when Nick Walker was elected to council in the most recent election and sworn in on December 30th. Ordinance 1802 stipulates that council has 45 days to fill that vacancy. In addition, the ordinance says that the ward council members are responsible for making a recommendation on the appointment. So after council members Walker and Whitkovich reviewed applications and did their interviews, they have selected Jason Woodard to fill that vacancy. Unfortunately, tonight he was planning on coming to introduce himself to council, but because the meeting ran so late, he had homework duties with his son, so he unfortunately had to drop off. But I will turn it over to council members Whitkovich and Walker if you have anything to add based on your interview with him last week.
Actually, go ahead.
It was a good interview with all three candidates. Just a little background on Jason. He's been a business owner here in Northland for a little over 8 years, a resident for about 5.5. He has a son here in Adams, 12. In 22 years as a personal financial rep. So we thought as a business owner and everything, he would be a great add to our community co-production policing board.
Yeah, I would just add, the fact that he's so invested in Northglenn, I think he'll be a great addition. And I did want to publicly thank everybody who took the time to fill out the lengthy application and to interview with us last week. It was a difficult decision, as these decisions usually are. But I think we're both happy with our choice in Jason Woodard and look forward to seeing what he can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from council? Okay. Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa?
Yes.
I will close the vote and CR 38 passes unanimously.
Okay, moving into CR 39. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners on behalf of the County of Boulder and the City of Northglenn for the Building Codes Cohort Project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Becky Smith, our planning manager, is here with us to provide a summary. Oh, unmute for us.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. CR 39 is a resolution that would approve an IGA with Boulder County to contribute $1,000 to a codes collaborative where we are looking at adopting the 2021 energy codes with some strengthening amendments, as well as The second part of the project would be to create a code pathway to reach net zero new construction by the mid 2030s. If approved, that $1,000 would come out of the sustainability budget. We have $25,000 for 2022. Staff is recommending approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has at this time about this project.
Any questions from council? Councilmember Duran Malika?
Quick question. Is it just us and Boulder that's involved in this, or is there more?
That's a great question. There's actually 7 cities, including us, that are participating, but Boulder County has taken the lead in applying for the main grant that we received through DOLA. So the IGA is with Boulder County.
Okay, got it.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Becky, I'm curious with the way that this program is set up, do we have to wait until the mid 2030s to adopt a net zero code, or this just helps us get all of the different components in place and we can adapt it as we see fit?
Yeah, exactly the latter. So what we'll end up with is several code amendments that we can make that will get us to a net zero new construction by the 2030s, but we can adopt those codes as we see fit sooner if it's right for our community.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands. Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Malika?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukman Haramasa?
Yes.
I will close that vote, and CR 39 passes unanimously.
All right, CR 40. Joanna, will you read the title, please?
A resolution authorizing contingency funds for the agreement between the City of Northglenn and VTI Security for the Northglenn Civic Center Phase 1 Security and Access Control Project.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, Amanda Peterson, our Director of Parks, Recreation, and Culture, is here to provide a summary. Hi.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this resolution would authorize an additional $20,000 contingency associated with the contract with VTI Security. Although construction was complete last fall on the new Recreation Center, Senior Center, and Theater, as we've gone through the warranty period and gotten to know the building, we've identified several modifications to the system as it was initially designed. So these include an additional Prox card reader on a door, changing around the hardware on a couple of doors so they function more as we intended them to, and the addition of after-hours security monitoring. These funding is available within the project budget, but just needs to be authorized in order to be expended with VTI. If you have any questions, I would be happy to respond to those.
Any questions? I don't see any. Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Malika?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukman Haramasa?
Yes.
I will close that vote, and CR 40 passes unanimously.
Okay. CR 41. Joanna, will you read the title?
A resolution authorizing contingency funds for the agreement between the City of Northglenn and Sport and Fitness Incorporated for the Northglenn Civic Center Phase 1 fitness equipment.
Motion to approve.
Second.
You guys are muting and unmuting too fast. We missed your second. Amanda Peterson is still here. Tell us about this one.
Good evening again. So this resolution would authorize an additional $1,272.76 associated with the contract with Sport and Fitness. They were our vendor for the new weight room equipment at the new facility. And this increase is associated with due to two factors. One, we retained I believe 3 pieces of equipment that we had initially identified as a trade-in, but based on the condition they were still in and our ability to continue using those, we made a choice to keep those. And then there were some additional costs associated with shipping delays. Staff recommends approval of the resolution as proposed. And again, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I don't see any hands. Joanna, will you call the vote, please?
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa?
Yes.
I will close that vote and CR 41 passes unanimously.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is marijuana licensing. I will now recess the regular city council meeting and call to order a meeting of the Marijuana Licensing Authority. Joanna, will you call the roll?
Mayor Leidy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Here.
Councilmember Walker?
Here.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Here.
Councilmember Brown?
Here.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Here.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Here.
Councilmember Goff?
Here.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa?
Here.
Okay. Approval of minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the October 25th, 2021 meeting?
Motion to approve.
Please call the vote, please.
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker?
Yes.
Councilmember Whitkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukman Hiramasa?
Yes.
I'll close that vote and the minutes of October 25th, 2021 pass unanimously.
Okay. This is a rehearing on new retail marijuana license application filed by Discrete Greens LLC. I will now open the hearing on the application for a new retail marijuana store license by Discrete Greens LLC, doing business as Discrete Greens, proposed to be located at 12170 Claude Court, Northglenn, Colorado. The Northland City Council, acting as the local licensing authority pursuant to sections 18-16-5 and 18-16-7 of the Northglenn Municipal Code, has jurisdiction to conduct this hearing under the Colorado Retail Marijuana Code found at Title 12, Article 44 of the Colorado Revised Statutes, and also under the provisions of Article 16 of Chapter 18 of the city's municipal code. The procedure to be followed in this case will be as follows. City staff will provide a summary of the matter. The licensee or the licensee's legal counsel will present any evidence in support of the application, and any other persons in support of the application may testify. Any persons opposing the application may then testify. The applicant may then submit any rebuttal testimony. All witnesses will be placed under oath by the city clerk and may be cross-examined by any party, counsel for any party, or the members of the city council. Are there any objections to the jurisdiction of the city council or to the form or substance of these proceedings? Okay. Hearing none, Mr. Hoffman, you may now proceed.
Thank you. Ultimately, City Clerk Small will be proceeding with the staff presentation, but prior to that, Because this matter was heard in October initially, and tonight's hearing is a rehearing, I have been advised that some of you may have had communications, what are known as ex parte communications, either from folks that are opposed to the application who may have contacted you by email, or the applicant or the applicant's representative who may have contacted you in some cases before you were members of council but were candidates for office. So to the extent that any of you have been contacted by anybody regarding the subject matter of tonight's hearing, this is your opportunity to disclose such communications before we proceed with the hearing.
Councilmember Walker.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, when I was a candidate for City Council, Mr. Sutton had spoke to me in 4 separate emails. Ms. Heather has both of those, and I believe Mr. Corey does now. There was no committal given to him. He had basically just kind of outlined his plan. And so I just want to disclose that to everyone, and I believe that I can give a fair hearing tonight based on the evidence.
Thank you. Councilmember Witkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. There were no communications made to me, but I did want to disclose to all of council that purely coincidental, my husband golfed today with one of the representatives for the applicant. They did not know each other before. It's purely coincidental, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Hi, I wanted to make sure that everybody was aware that I did receive communication in the form of email. I don't believe that the emails would affect my ability to listen to the hearing today and make a decision. I have no bias on this situation at all.
Thank you. Councilmember Jaramillo.
Yes, I did also receive the same email in regards against Discrete Greens. And also at the candidate forum, I did meet Mr. Sutton, but it was just briefly. And I believe I can make a fair judgment.
Okay, Corey, those are all the hands I have.
Okay, thank you. That is all I have.
Okay. Clerk Small.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff has prepared a presentation tonight. It's included in the packet. Due to the time, we'll probably move through this presentation rather briskly. As you'll see on the second slide, regarding the rehearing, the burden of proof is on the applicant. So we want to make sure that we save some time so that they can have adequate time to present their application here. So the rehearing is authorized by the municipal code. And thank you, Mayor. The rehearing was requested by the applicant and granted by City Council back on October 25th of last year. Tonight's public hearing is the opportunity to receive and consider evidence pertaining to the application. And then a couple things to note: council members must avoid prejudgment. Council members must only consider the evidence presented during tonight's public hearing. And once again, like I mentioned earlier, the burden of proof is on the applicant. Next slide. And we can actually skip to the next one. I'm just going to point out the last 3 bullets on this slide regarding the public hearing process that Mayor Leidy just reviewed. So all witnesses will be placed under oath and may be cross-examined. Questions of the applicant or witnesses must be asked during the public hearing to be considered as evidence by council. And then after the public hearing is closed, council, acting as the marijuana licensing authority, will have an opportunity to deliberate and then to provide direction to the city attorney on whether or not to approve or deny the application. So you can skip ahead a couple. So the actual staff summary here, just want to remind council that marijuana licensing is a 2-tiered process in Colorado. So both city and state approval are required for marijuana businesses operating in Northglenn. There are comprehensive marijuana rules that exist at the state level, and the city has adopted additional regulations. The one that I'll touch on is the second bullet there, the number of marijuana businesses controlled by location requirements. So in Northglenn, there is no set or no predetermined number of businesses that are allowed in the city, the location requirements naturally limit the number of marijuana businesses that can be located in the city. So we want council to keep that in mind. And we'll touch on the other ones later in the presentation. So next slide, please. So just a reminder, the application under consideration tonight was filed by Discrete Greens LLC. The owner is Shad D. Sutton. He is the 100% sole managing member. The license type is for a retail marijuana store, and the proposed site is at 12170 Claude Court, Northglenn, Colorado, 80241. Next slide, please. So a retail marijuana store license would allow the sale of retail marijuana and or marijuana infused products to consumers over 21 years of age for consumption off premises. And the proposed location in this case is an undeveloped lot owned by Dr. Sutton, who is once again the sole managing member of Discrete Greens. Next slide, please. The next few slides are intended to help orient City Council to the proposed location and then to show the city's existing marijuana outlets. So this first map is that citywide view. The current Northland marijuana businesses, you'll see them numbered from 1 through 6. They're really ordered in, numbered in order of north to south. There's no other rhyme or reason to that, just north to south. So we currently have the Agati business, that's located as number 1 on there. They are licensed to sell retail marijuana. Number 2 is Be Good. They're licensed to sell medical and retail marijuana. Number 3 is The Green Solution. They're licensed to sell retail marijuana. Number 4 is Doc's Apothecary. They are licensed to sell medical and retail marijuana. Number 5 is Nature's Medicine, and they are licensed to sell medical and retail marijuana. And then number 6, in the most southern portion is Callie's Cannabis Shop, and they are licensed to sell retail marijuana. So if we look at the way the businesses are located based on the requirements, Ward 1 has 1 marijuana business to date. Ward 2 has 1 marijuana business. Ward 3 contains 2 marijuana businesses, and Ward 4 contains 2 marijuana businesses. And just a quick note that some of the half-mile radius circles that you'll see on this map, some of them overlap one another. And so, for instance, businesses number 5 and 6 are not located more than 1/2 mile away from each other. And that was based on the timing. At the time that those businesses were licensed, the distance restrictions were different. It was only 1,000 feet from each other. So the pre-existing conditions exempted the businesses from that new 1/2 mile radius requirement that was adopted in 2016. So we can skip ahead to the next slide, and I'll actually skip that map. It's more of an aerial view. This next map shows once again, a zoomed out aerial view of the proposed site. You'll see the goldish color represents residential zoned property. The blue constraints are schools. So I would like to point out the red plus sign that designates the proposed location is not to scale. So the site is more than 200 feet away from that gold residential zone property. And you can tell the unshaded portion kind of in the middle of the circle is the unconstrained area. So the proposed site is in an eligible location. We can skip ahead to the next map, which is going to be a zoomed in view. So we really want to orient that at the bottom, you can see a reference to East 120th Avenue. The proposed site you can see is an undeveloped piece of property that is north of that car wash. It's on the east side of Claude Court. And so the nearest residential property are the pavilions that are on the west side of Claude Court. And then we've labeled some of the other commercial buildings to help council have an idea of where that undeveloped piece of property is. Okay, next slide, please. So the public hearing was noticed appropriately. Notices were posted at the proposed site at 12170 Claude Court. It was also published in the Denver Post. And this is an additional notice requirement that the city of Northglenn has. notices were mailed to every property owner, which was 416 property owners within the 1/2 mile radius of the proposed establishment. Next slide, please. So preliminary findings were prepared based on staff's investigation of the application, and they were previously adopted by City Council on August 23rd of last year. These are rather lengthy, but they contain great information as far as the items that staff verified when we looked through the application. So I'm going to run through these rather briskly. So the application is complete and all fees have been paid. All proposed employees, managers, and persons having 10% or greater financial interest in the business have been identified. The applicant has completed a background investigation acknowledgement, CBI and FBI fingerprint-based criminal history reports for Shad D. Sutton, disclosed no prior record of arrest or conviction. The applicant has submitted all required information relating to the legal status and registration of Discrete Greens with the Colorado Secretary of State. The applicant has submitted proof of legal possession of the property that is proposed for the retail marijuana store. Next slide, please. So this findings looks at all of the distance requirements. So the proposed location to be licensed is a permanent location and is not within 200 feet of any residential property. It is not within 500 feet of a licensed childcare facility. It is not within 1,000 feet of any school. It is not within 500 feet of any park, pool, or public recreational facility. It is not within 1,000 feet of any halfway house or correctional facility. It is not within 1/2 mile of any other marijuana business. It is not within any building or structure that contains a residential unit, and it is not upon any City of Northglenn owned property. Next slide, please. So the findings continue with the applicant holds a valid sales tax license and has applied for a city sales tax license for the business. The application includes an acceptable 2-scale diagram of the proposed premises. The application includes an acceptable comprehensive business operations plan. The zoning of the premises is CA, which is commercial auto oriented, and it has been approved for the marijuana business by the Planning and Development Department related to the zoning. There are 6 marijuana businesses that currently exist in Northglenn, and the applicant is not prohibited from being a licensee pursuant to Northglenn Municipal Code Section 18-16-14. So based on the foregoing findings, the applicant appears eligible to operate a marijuana business within the City of Northglenn, subject to the following conditions. A public hearing before the Northglenn Marijuana Licensing Authority, which is happening tonight, wherein the applicant will be required to make a showing with affirmative evidence that approval of the application will result in no demonstrable negative impacts to the neighborhood. All other required permits or licenses related to the operation of the business are approved, and then inspection by the Northglenn Police Department of the proposed licensed premises. And that would be completed if the license is approved and after the building is constructed and is ready to be occupied. Next slide, please. So the criteria for consideration for tonight, the authority may consider facts cited as evidence, any other facts pertinent to the license application, including the number, type, and availability of retail marijuana establishments that are located in or near the proposed premises, and any other pertinent matters affecting the qualification of the applicant for the conduct of the type of business proposed. And then going back to, thank you, next slide. Thank you, Mayor. So going back to the demonstrable negative impacts on the surrounding neighborhood, these are the 4 items that the authority shall consider. Number 1 is an undue concentration of a certain class of retail marijuana establishment that would require the use of additional law enforcement resources. Number 2 is an increase in traffic congestion. Number 3 is a shortage of available parking. And then or other demonstrable negative impacts caused by the new retail marijuana establishment. And then we've included 2 slides regarding the next steps. The first one speaks to if the application is approved. So if the application is approved, one item that is missing from this slide is the decision would become final upon approval of a resolution at the next regular meeting. And then the applicant may, may proceed with the development of the property for a retail marijuana business. All pertinent approvals, licenses, and permits must be obtained. The State Marijuana Enforcement Division has issued a conditional license for the business pending outcome of the local hearing. And then once a certificate of occupancy has been issued for the premises, like I mentioned previously, the police department would conduct an inspection prior to the issuance of the marijuana license. And then on the next slide, we address the next steps if the application is denied. So again, the decision becomes final upon approval of a resolution at the next regular meeting. Jurisdiction for appeal is Adams County District Court. And if the authority denies the issuance of the license because the neighborhood needs and desires are met by existing marijuana outlets, the city would be prohibited from accepting a retail marijuana business license application for the same location for a period of 2 years. And that's a state regulation about the acceptance of other applications. So with that, staff and the city attorney will be available for questions at any time. And I'll hand it back over to you, Mayor.
Okay. So the applicant may now present their application. The city clerk will place you under oath.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Sutton. So if you'll raise your right hand. So do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sutton, you have the floor.
Actually, if it's okay with council and the mayor, my name is Lauren Davis. I am an attorney here in Denver, registration number 34510. We have filed an entry of appearance and prepared the packet that was submitted to the council. I have had the good fortune of practicing marijuana law here in Colorado since 2010, before the Marijuana Enforcement Division even existed. Well, I guess technically 2009 is when I started, after spending 10 years as a district attorney. We presented what we hope is a comprehensive packet for council.
I just want to ask a clarifying question. I'm sorry to interrupt. City Clerk Small, does she need to be placed under oath as well? No? Okay.
I'm sorry. No, legal counsel does not need to be.
No. Just checking. That's what I was wondering. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No problem. So Discrete Greens is born out of a vision to help give back to the city of Northglenn and the community that raised Dr. Sutton. He's going to give you some information and background on him, but he was born and raised in Northglenn. He graduated from high school there. His mother still lives there. For over 30 years, Dr. Sutton has run a holistic acupuncture and chiropractic care center. He is one of the less than 100 chiropractors in the United States who holds a DEA license. So he has been a member of a highly regulated medical community in good standing in both Colorado and New Mexico for over 30 years. He also has a certification in addictionology from the American College of Addiction, which is part of where his vision for Discrete Greens is born out of. As you may know from your time on the council, fentanyl and opioids are the #1 cause of death for adults in the United States between the ages of 18 and 45. We've attached a number of studies in the packet for you. Given that the opioid crisis in the United States has spiraled out of hand, it became clear to Dr. Sutton that practitioners need more tools in their arsenal to help the men and women suffering from addiction. Through his practice and talking to patients, he's come to realize that the current healthcare system and medical and recreational marijuana systems create substantial barriers to treatment for many patients who are suffering from addiction. The minute you tell a physician or any treatment provider what you're dealing with, whether it's addiction to opioids, use of marijuana, there's a permanent record that is created that follows these patients and citizens with them. As an attorney practicing for over 20 years, I can tell you numerous stories about people who have made admissions of their ongoing health care issues, including addiction and marijuana usage, who have then lost housing, jobs, Medicaid coverage, college scholarships, and numerous other benefits just for being truthful with their physicians and not understanding the import of the record that was being created. Dr. Sutton, as a result of his current practice and his background in addictionology, began to envision a dispensary model different than those that currently exist. His vision for Discrete Greens is focused on educating consumers in using marijuana responsibly and legally as part of a treatment of the whole person, in hopes that it will fight addiction and in hopes that he can offer something in addition to what patients and consumers currently have. At this time, I would like to introduce Dr. Sutton and allow him to give you some more background on him and more information about his vision.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Good evening, Mayor Leidy and City Council members. Thank you all for taking the time this evening to take a fresh look at Discrete Greens' application for a retail marijuana license in Northland. I know you've had a very long session and I'll be as brief as possible. I'm a doctor of chiropractic, licensed in good standing in the states of Colorado and New Mexico. I've been practicing for over 34 years. My first solo practice was in Northland on 112th and Huron. For over 3 decades, I have owned and operated Sutton Healing Arts Center, a chiropractic and acupuncture clinic that combines Eastern and Western approaches to the healing arts. It has been an honor to serve our community. I'm a product of Northland. I attended Westview Elementary, Huron Junior High, and graduated from Northland High School in 1979. My son Tiger also graduated with honors from Northland High School in 2021 and is now studying neuroscience at the University of Colorado Boulder. My mother, who moved to Northland in 1964, still resides in my childhood home. I chose Northland for Discrete Greens with the desire to give back to the Northland community, which has given my family so much. Northland is full of wonderful people. I want to bring quality jobs, a compassionate place for holistic care, and tax revenue back to the community, which has helped me grow. Discrete Greens, through its revenue, can assist with social equity programs, homelessness, police initiatives, and other forward-thinking community programs. I desire to play a bigger role in our community's growth and enhance quality of life. A copy of my curriculum vitae has been enclosed in your packets for your viewing. My diplomate in addictionology and compulsive disorders gives Discrete Greens a unique knowledge base which is not present at other dispensaries in Northglenn. In 2019, I was honored to testify to the Colorado legislature about the opioid epidemic on behalf of the Colorado Chiropractic Association. Through my training and treatment of addiction, I have observed that marijuana is an important tool in helping address the opioid crisis that has spiraled out of control. My dedication to helping others in need to help find solutions to mitigate the impact of the opioid usage sparked my vision for Discrete Greens. My background, training, and practice has a strong commitment to public safety. Public safety is always first and foremost. Based on firsthand experience, regulatory compliance is paramount to the success of Discrete Greens. The vision for Discrete Greens is to provide an innovative approach to marijuana sales, from the design of the facility, staff training, products, and services to be offered. Discrete Greens intends to be more than just another recreational marijuana dispensary. My vision involves a holistic approach to marijuana use not currently offered at local stores, combining educational and scientifically based aspects to customer care and choices. Discrete Greens is designed to fill the gap between Sorry, are we there?
Yeah, we lost you at, I lost you at Discrete Greens is designed.
Discrete Greens is designed to fill the gap between current medical and recreational stores, providing education, guidance, and a safe space to help consumers as they incorporate marijuana into their current healing arsenal. Staff will be trained to educate and guide consumers one-on-one to address their specific needs as they explore the full potential of the plant. Discrete Greens staff will be specifically trained to educate consumers on safe consumption. In addition to Discrete Greens' unique knowledge and skill set, Discrete Greens is a small business. Unlike the other dispensaries in Northglenn, Discrete Greens is a mom and pop dispensary. The other retail marijuana dispensaries are corporate owned and are attached to their own vertical grows. Discrete Greens will be able to seek out the finest cannabis strains for our community's individual needs. Discrete Greens is not limited by what strain the corporation happens to be growing at this time. This is huge for the consumer who is using cannabis to assist in their individual desires. No two people consume the same product and have identical experiences. People need and deserve choices. Discrete Greens has had his pre-planning meeting with the city of Northland in July of 2020 during the COVID pandemic. It was held via Zoom as our meeting is tonight. We predicted on our meeting COVID would be with us for a very long time. In fact, just recently, Dr. Fauci remarked our best case scenario for COVID is that we learn to live with it. Discrete Greens facility design addresses COVID and touchless contact for the long term. The drive-through option fills the gap between in-store purchase and delivery options, which are the only options currently available in Northglenn. Some individuals will not desire marijuana being delivered to their homes. Going inside of a facility, or as we have witnessed in the past, marijuana being dispensed in the parking lot of the dispensary. Discrete Greens is also near the light rail station on 124th. This allows this segment of our population who is dependent or chosen public transportation to have easier access to marijuana. No other retail marijuana dispensary is close to the light rail facility in Northglenn. Discrete Greens' proposed facility is located on an undesirable vacant lot, which is in the enterprise zone. Currently, this contributes nothing to our community. Building a facility on this site produces permits, fees, and creates a viable tax revenue stream for the city of Northland. With over 34 years of business management and patient care experience in a highly regulated field, I believe I'm well suited to hold a recreational dispensary license in the city of Northland. It is my intention to only have a positive impact on the residents of the city of Northland. Unique attributes of Discrete Greens separates it in numerous ways from the existing retail marijuana dispensaries in Northland. I hope and look forward to working closely with the city of Northland to make this dispensary a model for others to follow. Thank you once again for your time and attention and taking another look at this project.
Thank you, Doctor. In turning to the other factors that the municipal code asks you to look at, it's already made clear that Discrete Greens is located more than a mile from the closest store. In addition, as Dr. Sutton pointed out, it is the only drive-through location. Purpose of that was created in part for COVID, but also to provide a level of discretion and privacy that is not available at other facilities. The online order portal also helps give patients a sense of privacy as they shop and will have access to staff in order to talk about and find medication to find marijuana that meets their needs, to incorporate it into a life plan, whether they're anxious, whether they want to be able to sleep better, or just want to have fun. A lot of people don't feel comfortable discussing that in a room with their neighbors, other people who live near them, or people who can overhear them. I also want to point out, in addition to proximity to the light rail and public transportation, that Discrete Greens is located near the Thornton border. Currently, there aren't any dispensaries in Thornton in close proximity to that location. So we believe that Discrete Greens can draw in customers from Thornton, pulling extra tax dollars into Northglenn. As far as the factor and impact on law enforcement resources, I think one of the most critical things for you to look at is the study that we attached in our presentation, the impacts of legalization in Colorado, issued to the legislature pursuant to CRS 2433-4516. We included some pertinent pages in that, but I think overall what you'll see is that despite people's reasonable fears about having a marijuana dispensary in their neighborhood, the report that was done by the Colorado Department of Public Safety Division of Criminal Justice just isn't bearing out those fears. Overall criminal offenses have decreased, case filings have decreased, and even teen usage, which is obviously of great concern, has not risen as a result of legalization. So I'd urge you to look at the multiple studies that we have attached, including studies from the Cato Institute and the Humboldt Institute, which all address the concerns about crime and law enforcement resources. And since we're short on time, hopefully you had time to read the packet. I know it's very long, but I hope we tried to bullet point a lot of it. So hopefully you can skim it to find the salient points here. In addition to those studies, we also want to point out there are numerous statutory and regulatory security requirements that will be in place, including cameras, security rooms, and other things that, deadbolt lock standards, but things that really impact the security and your concerns about additional law enforcement resources needed. In summary, the prophylactic security measures required by the state marijuana enforcement division will really assist in deterring any crime concerns. In addition, we believe that the Dr. Sutton's focus on consumer education will also help in reducing crime and the concerns that law enforcement might have. There'll be signs posted in the parking lot about driving under the influence, about marijuana possession, about loitering, so that the customers are well aware of what the legal requirements are. Also want to point out that Dr. Sutton proactively sought out, I don't want to say the approval, but he invited law enforcement to come tour the site to get feedback, to show him what his proposal would look like, what the building would look like, to go over security concerns. And no concerns were raised at that time. He also followed up with the police by email to see if any concerns had arisen in that interim period, and no concerns were cited, and I don't believe that there are any in the city council's report either. So overall, we believe that the information presented is clear that there will not be any demonstrable impact on law enforcement resources. With regard to the factor of traffic, Dr. Sutton commissioned a traffic study, which was conducted by Delish Associates, and we believe that the results of that study, which are attached in your packet, demonstrate that discrete greens will not increase traffic congestion in the area. Since it is attached, I'm just going to lay out the highlights, but I think one thing to note here is that, well, one is that the number of vehicles estimated to visit the dispensary will be less than 100 during peak hours. But we also think it's interesting the layout, the proposed layout of how the lot is going will be built. There'll be one road that will have entrance and then a different one for exit, which we think also alleviates any traffic congestion concerns. As far as the factor of parking, Discrete Greens has adequate parking under the city code. We also want to point out that Dr. Sutton also owns the adjacent vacant property, so that in the event that there were parking concerns that arose, if he was the most popular dispensary in Northland, that additional parking needs could be met by utilizing the currently empty lot, obviously in accordance with planning and zoning and all of the other city agencies that would be involved. In terms of the needs and wants, Dr. Sutton engaged Oedipus Petitioning, who petitioned the relevant neighborhoods identified in the city to determine what the needs and wants for the neighborhood are. And hopefully Austin Gamella, who has been on the call for a number of hours, is still present.
Still here, still awake.
Thank you, Austin. If you could please introduce yourself and explain your findings to the council.
Sure, I'll get sworn in too if Ms. Small wanted to do that real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Grimella. So do you swear that or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And thank you. I know it's late. I appreciate everyone's time. I'll just be very brief, or try to be very brief. I'm one of the owners of Oedipus Petitioning. I was engaged by Dr. Sutton to perform needs and desires survey for retail marijuana store application. Just at the very beginning, Dr. Sutton was informed that we can never guarantee results on surveys. We try to be as objective as possible when we are out in the field. Just a brief overview of our company. We've been using the same petition forms as our predecessors, Max and Tina Scott, who many of you might have met in the past. Those forms have been used for decades and have been modified for now marijuana applications, and they've been tested by Colorado's courts as sufficient evidence for needs and desires. A brief overview of the designated area, we saw it in the presentation, in that half-mile buffer. About half of the jurisdiction, about half of the designated area fell into the jurisdiction of Thornton, which we did not petition per the city's instructions. And then on the west side of the designated area, it's pretty open, undeveloped lot. I'm sure something will be going there soon, but right now there's nothing to petition there. So what we're left with out of the accessible residences and businesses is about one big residential neighborhood, as well as about 2 apartment complexes and a handful of businesses kind of adjacent to Dr. Sutton's proposed location. And of the accessible businesses and residences that I just described, we nearly exhausted the entire area. We got close. In terms of the methodology, business owners and managers, as well as residents, were informed that Discrete Greens was applying for a marijuana retail store license. They were asked if they were over the age of 21 and if they'd be willing to provide their opinion on the license issuance. Out of the 484 doors we knocked on or potential contacts, we were able to make contact with about 159 people. Now, out of that 159 people, 75 people were in favor of issuance. A common theme of feedback we got was a lot of people thought it was going to be good for the local economy, or they wanted to help support local business, even if they did not consume any sort of recreational marijuana. Out of the people we were able to contact, only 16 were against issuance. And of those 16 signatures, 11 were in opposition for reasons that we typically don't consider relevant to needs and desires. I'll list them really quickly. 4 were for the abhorrence of marijuana, meaning people just disliked marijuana, disliked drugs, didn't want to hear about it. 4 were labeled as usage objections. And what that means is typically it's people thinking it's irresponsible or it's not safe to run a dispensary in a residential neighborhood with kids. And then there were some of the remaining reasons we got that they just refused to provide a reason at all. So regardless, counting all 16 signatures in opposition, of the people who actually participated, 82% were in favor of issuance. And then if we were to exclude some of those other signatures I was talking about for irrelevant considerations, 94% would be in favor of the license's issuance. Now, of the 159 we made contact with, 3 did not qualify to sign the petition, meaning they were under 21. Maybe they were a babysitter or something like that. And then 65 just preferred not to participate. They didn't care one way or another. And then of the remaining potential, doors we knocked, the rest were just either not available or not at home. And this was over about 5 full days of petitioning. So we were out there longer than we usually would for, say, a liquor license. And those are the results that we obtained.
Are there any questions for Austin before we let him go?
I don't see any hands.
Thank you. Thanks, Austin.
Thanks so much.
In addition, we want to point out that back in September, before the first hearing, Discrete Greens had mailed an announcement out to neighbors advising them of their plans for operation, held a an informal event at the proposed site to talk to neighbors, to let them know what the plan was, to hear any concerns, and to try to be an interactive and involved part of the community and to proactively address any concerns that people might have. The feedback that of the dozen or so people who attended was positive. No negative comments were received at that time. So that supports what Oedipus petitioning found in their results. So we believe that we have addressed the ordinance requirements, but we also want to point out some added benefits that we believe that this location has for Northglenn as a community. One major benefit that we see is that this location is in an enterprise zone. As you know, the purpose of an enterprise zone is to promote development and provide employment opportunities in areas that have been designated as underperforming. Discrete Greens is going to be located on a lot that's currently vacant. So we believe that approving this application will further the purposes of the enterprise zone by promoting development and ultimately jobs in this area. We also have cited some studies and research for you, which are found in your packet, that show that having retail dispensaries in certain residential areas, that home values actually increase. And states that legalize recreational cannabis also overall saw a bump in home values following legalization. We believe that that is important to the city of Northglenn, especially given that the newest subdivision proposed in Northglenn, Carl Farms, will be located within relatively close proximity. So with the number of residences planned for that neighborhood, we believe that granting this application and giving Discrete Greens a license there is going to actually improve the home values for those residents. Obviously, you're all aware of the major tax benefits and the tax revenue that having another dispensary could bring in. And we also think that it's important that it's our understanding that none of the dispensaries in Northglenn have closed, which, going to the issue of needs and wants of the community, that would indicate that it is not the market is not saturated with dispensaries, that there is room for more. And since we are short on time, I will sum it up to say, in conclusion, we believe that based on the evidence found by the city, the information that is presented in the packet, including the studies and reports that we cite for you, the results of the petitions, the results of the traffic study, that the applicant, that we urge you to grant a license to Discrete Greens. Discrete Greens and Dr. Sutton believe that he has an innovative approach to marijuana sales that can bring numerous benefits to the city of Thornton, to the city of Northglenn, including taking those tax revenues from Thornton. And we urge you to approve the application.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Brown, thank you.
You're welcome. I would just like some clarification at this point. Am I allowed to ask questions of that right now? Yeah. Okay. And am I also allowed at the same time to speak if Brooke is still here regarding my concern is with Claude Court? And I'm visualizing where this center is, where this dispensary is set to be built, right? We go into a one-lane road, or actually one lane each direction when you come out, from where I can tell when you're going to come out of this dispensary, should we approve of it. That section of road right there is, I believe, to be a very dangerous section of road. We have the cars coming out from the apartment complexes. And what I'm wanting to know is, has there been a study done on cause and effect of any more traffic going on that road the way that it is? I really do have a concern that because it's one of our higher, Claude Court and 120th has a lot of accidents as it is right now. So with that in mind, I'm wondering if this could possibly cause more accidents a little bit further down the road. It's not that far down from 120th and Claude. So I'm wondering if there have been any studies on that particular issue, not as much of 100 cars in peak hours or anything, but just the traffic going out onto the road.
So to answer your question, the amount of additional trip generation that will be created by the project is not, the roadway network has the capacity to absorb that additional traffic. In regards to your concerns about traffic safety, the applicant will still need to come in to do a site plan approval, and we will go through and make sure that the intersection separation and everything else meets the standards for access control, et cetera. Well, one thing I would mention for the council's benefit is that the 120th project, the federal grant project that we're doing, we're actually going to be making intersection improvements at Claude Court and signalization upgrades that are going to effectively mitigate a lot of the traffic safety concerns with accident history at the intersection by upgrading the signalization timing sequence. So I don't think that necessarily the accident history is causal to the additional trip generation that would otherwise be created by this project.
Okay, I understand that. But you understand where I'm saying that we're going into these two whiny little roads that go, well, one road, two lanes, that go right by those apartment complexes and everything. And I think that is my main, that's my main concern.
And when we get into the land use application, we will definitely look at where the turn, where the, I know it's in the traffic study now, and I apologize because I don't have it right in front of me at the moment, but we will look at where those turn movements are, where the travel demand comes from, and make sure that we have proper site distances and separations from existing access points to ensure that it meets the safety standards.
Now, I can imagine that there'll be traffic coming from the condos that are over there, the homes that are over there, and all those apartment complexes. How will we as a city approach, if we were to approve this, their safety in crossing the streets? Because we all know that those people from anywhere, they're not going to go up to the light on 120th. They're going to be cutting across Claude Court, just like they do now. I'm sorry, to go to the gas station or something like that. I'm just concerned with more foot traffic also. Will we?
So I will definitely make a note for staff to take that into account when we look at the site plan, when we go through the site planning process. So we'll be sure and make sure that we take into account pedestrian safety. But as a general rule, you know, we generally cover those topics when we go through the entitlement process for the site development plan.
My last concern is the drive-through. On one hand, great idea. On the other hand, I stand in the same position I am with drive-through liquor stores. Do we have something in our code right now that would allow for a drive-through marijuana shop?
It is not prohibited. So under these circumstances, it is allowed.
And it may help to know that the state has very robust regulations about about the sale of marijuana, the licensing checks, and when I say licensing checks, I mean the identification checks and what must be done in order to sell somebody marijuana. And so the facility will have to comply with all of those standards in addition to make sure that the drive-through complies with the security standards. In actuality, by having a drive-through, it in some degree extends the licensed premises, so it makes it more secure because there's additional cameras, there's additional security of things going on outside that wouldn't normally be required.
Do you know off the top of your head at 11 o'clock at night, how many marijuana dispensaries in Denver Metro, Denver proper, Colorado have drive-through facilities? I've never seen one.
I don't know off the top of my head. I am aware that there are some. I wouldn't feel comfortable telling you because a lot of what I don't know if they were ever built. Some of what I know is, proposals, attorney-client privileged information about fabulous plans. I will tell you that during COVID, the Marijuana Enforcement Division, which has approved Dr. Sutton's license conditionally based on waiting for your approval, they did approve not just the ability of dispensaries to have drive-throughs, but they actually approved parking lot delivery. In order to help stop the spread of COVID, they made it easier for people to place orders and pick up orders. And so under those rules, people didn't even have to go into the dispensary. So the drive-through option, I'm sorry, what was that?
Those were rescinded. They can no longer do that, right?
Lizzie, can you chime in? What is the status of the ability for parking lot delivery, bringing it to the car for, my associate is on the call.
Hi, yes, this is Lizzie Fink-Boner. They did allow that during COVID. I do believe that there's still some online ordering, but I'm not entirely sure about the picking up in the extended licensed premises is basically what they would call it. However, there are still drive-ups. So there's a Native Roots downtown, kind of Cap Hill around Spear that does have a drive-through as an option. So that is something that does exist in the Denver metro area. It's not as popular just because a lot of the dispensaries weren't built with a drive-through. So some of the newer ones that did have the ability to add that as part of their construction did indeed do that.
And am I reading this? I'm sorry, guys, I'll give it all back up to you in a minute. I'm reading the application correctly that this is only a rec. It is not medical.
Correct. And so to our point earlier, where this innovative approach is combining the, people who might go to the medical market, but who have concerns about being on a patient registry, admitting marijuana use, that when you go into a recreational store by law, they're not allowed to record certain things. And so it gives patients gives consumers, I apologize, I'm normally well asleep by now. I have a toddler, so I'm sorry that I am not as intelligible as normal. And I just forgot the question.
Okay, it's all right. I got you.
I'm so sorry.
And all that other good stuff, and you have a toddler. See, I was paying. That's actually all my questions, Mayor, for now.
Corey Hoffman, I see your hand. Did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify something to council based on Councilmember Brown's questions. The only way you can consider traffic impacts, and this is in addition to what Brooke I mentioned to you about it being addressed site plan, is different from any other type of business. Your criteria referred to these types of things being caused by the new retail marijuana establishment. So if it is traffic impacts generally, that is irrelevant to your determination tonight. It has to be something different caused by the traffic impacts of the marijuana business.
Okay. I don't see any more council hands, but I wanted to see, I don't know all of the numbers online. So is there anybody in opposition of the applicant that would like to speak at this time? Please unmute yourself by pressing *6 and indicate your desire to speak.
Mayor, before you do that, if I could, one clarification, the counsel for the applicant did not seek to admit her evidence and exhibits. I assume she wants to do so.
Oh, yes, I apologize. We were under the impression from our communications that was admitted. So yes, we would ask that our packet, along with the exhibits, be admitted as evidence for council's consideration.
Okay, they are deemed admitted and will be made part of the record.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to anyone on the phone. I just see a couple numbers I don't recognize, but they might not be anybody who's with us. So I'm not hearing.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I actually received a couple communications today.
Okay.
One is actually in favor. I don't know if we're past the part of folks to speak in favor, but I could read that communication. Okay.
Yes, please.
So it's an email communication from Katrina Bullard, and it reads, "Good evening. I am in favor of approving the retail marijuana license for Discrete Greens. I watched the council meeting on September 27th when you denied their license. In that meeting, the council was resistant to waive a $7,000 past due bill for a company that was affected by COVID. There was also significant discussion about increasing fees for non-residents to use the new rec center. I am very curious why there was no discussion during the hearing about the potential revenue Discrete Greens could provide to the city. Revenue the city needs. In that meeting, the city attorney advised that the council needed to determine if there was a need for the dispensary and if traffic would be impacted. The council's comments were primarily about the need to purchase marijuana. Need is more than just the availability to purchase marijuana. As this council showed when they questioned waiving the past due bill and increasing non-resident fees, the needs of the city are also financial. Have any of you asked what revenue the land Discrete Greens owns will provide the city of Northglenn? This proposed dispensary will not be in an existing strip mall. There is not another business eager to step in and open a business to provide tax revenue for the city. Currently, the city only collects property taxes on the undeveloped land Discrete Greens owns. Approving the Discrete Greens license has the potential to bring the city significant revenue, one-time revenue from building permits, ongoing revenue from increased property taxes for developing the land. Most important is potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars annually in revenue from marijuana sales. This is literally the last place in the city where a marijuana dispensary can be built, the last place the city can collect additional marijuana sales revenue. Saying no to this license is saying no to revenue that can never be recovered for the city of Northglenn. Saying no is financially irresponsible. I am asking this council to please be financially responsible and approve this retail marijuana license for Discrete Greens. Thank you, Katrina Bullard.
Okay, thank you. And Joanna, did you also say you had other?
I do have a voicemail from a resident who is opposed to the application.
Okay.
We're ready for that section?
I think so, yes.
Alrighty.
I would like to make a comment on tonight's city council meeting. It's in regards to the licensing of the new retail marijuana license application by Discrete Greens. This will make the 4th marijuana dispensary within a mile of my house. Even the most ardent marijuana supporters will have to admit that that's excessive. Which leads me to my next comment, which is 7 dispensaries in the city of Northland of 40,000 people more than meets the needs of the community. Certainly 7 is too many, and 6 more than meets the needs. We don't need another one. My name is Beth McElry, and I live on Gilpin Street in Northglenn. If someone would like to talk to me, I'm at 303-947-5142. Thank you so much. Bye.
Okay, at this time, the applicant can provide a rebuttal evidence to that statement.
Well, one, we do have an affidavit that we would like to submit from somebody who couldn't stay on the line for the whole hearing or couldn't be present at the hearing by phone. Lizzie, if you could forward that for inclusion in the packet, we'd ask that that be also admitted into evidence. As far as the caller's comments, as I stated earlier, while there are 6 currently, we believe that the innovative approach that is proposed by Discrete Greens does set it apart and offers different product services and a different model than what currently exists. Again, also want to point out that none of those facilities have closed, which would indicate that the market is not saturated and that there is room for for more. And so while we understand the caller's concerns, it sounds like she may, based on the map we saw, she may be uniquely situated in the city where she is close to a number of dispensaries, but one objection we don't think outweighs the information that has been provided regarding needs and wants cited in the petition and in the other testimony.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have any comments or questions before we move forward? No? Okay. Hearing no further questions, I will close the, oops, so I see. Councilmember Jaramillo.
Hi, you know, this has been a situation close to me because I have received those emails and I'm like, I want to express my support for Discrete Greens. And I do look at the history of Mr. Sutton as a business owner for over 30 years in Northglenn. I'm familiar with his practice there. It's been there on 112th and Huron since before there was a bridge going over there. So I mean, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't approve his application and approve others. I don't know why, you know, as someone who has a reputable, reputation, I mean, he's not within a half mile of any other business. So I just want to express that support. Also, I just noticed that, when we received the packet, that the location would be behind the car wash and over there. So it's like a space that's really not utilized. And I think when I first heard about this, I thought it was next door, like in that shopping area, the strip mall, but it's not. So that actually was something that really helped guide me towards my support for Discrete Greens.
Okay, thank you for sharing.
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I apologize. The affidavit that Ms. Davis referenced earlier, that was submitted to the city clerk's office today. So I didn't know if it's appropriate if I read that before council closes the public hearing and deliberates.
Sure.
Okay. It's not included in the council packet that was online. So this is an affidavit. It states, I, June Nieto, state as follows. I am over the age of 21 years and of sound mind. I reside in Northglenn with a zip code of 80233. I have known Dr. Shad Sutton for 4 years and 6 months. It is my opinion that Dr. Sutton is very professional, educated, honest, kind, and caring, and in his chiropractic practice, he goes above and beyond to help his patients in any way that he is able. I spoke with Dr. Sutton about his proposed retail marijuana dispensary in Northglenn, Discrete Greens, and his innovative approach to marijuana sales. I am familiar with others who use marijuana in a medical way, and I believe that the proposed personalized and medically based approach Discrete Greens intends to use as it relates to marijuana sales will help people who use marijuana as part of their medicine. I have read the foregoing affidavit and the statements stated in it are true. Signed by June Nieto, January 24th, 2022.
Okay, thank you. So I believe we have all of the testimony. Joanna, do you agree? We don't have any extra comments in email or voicemail?
Nothing in my email or voicemail, and I don't see anybody on the line indicating that they would like to speak.
Okay, I know it's unique in this Zoom format, so I appreciate your patience with that. But I think we are now ready to close the public hearing. So I'm closing it. I just don't have my gavel tonight. Okay. Council will take a minute to deliberate, and we will direct our city attorney to prepare a resolution either approving or denying the license application. There is a motion language that has been included in the staff memo of your packet. So we've heard from a couple council members. We don't have to hear from everybody. If there's a motion made, we can move right to voting. Councilmember Witkovich.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have the motion language up, but I did want to go ahead and say that I believe that the evidence that we heard this evening in favor of this license far outweighs the evidence that we heard against. We heard one comment that was against, but I do not believe that it shows demonstrable negative impacts as it relates to the 4 conditions that we're supposed to be considering. And I do not believe that approval of this license would result in any of those negative impacts either. I would make a motion to approve this license. I do not have the language up quite yet. And I actually don't recall seeing it, so I apologize, but I'm looking right now.
I don't see it either.
Yeah, we have the packet and then we have the presentation, but I don't believe we have any language about making a motion.
It is actually in your staff report. There are alternative motions. If it is to approve the application, it is I move to direct the attorney for the authority to prepare a draft resolution approving the retail marijuana business license application filed by Discrete Greens LLC, doing business as Discrete Greens, and for the draft resolution to be presented to the authority for action on February 14th, 2022.
Thank you, Corey. I would make such a motion.
Second.
Okay, Joanna, please call the vote.
Mayor Leidy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilford?
Yes.
Councilmember Walker?
Yes.
Councilmember Witkovich?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Jaramillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Duran Mollica?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Lukman Haramasa?
Yes.
I'll close that vote, and the motion, as stated by City Attorney Hoffman, passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now adjourn the meeting of the Marijuana Licensing Authority and reconvene the regular City Council meeting. We are now in public invited to be heard. I don't believe there is anyone left at 11:12, but I will give a moment. If you are online and would like to speak to council at this time, unmute by pressing *6.
Make me go all parliamentarian on you.
Trying to get through the agenda.
I know.
All right, there being no further business, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for your time.